1,000 years ago?
Have you finished cleaning?
Master Yuan Chuan, I'm sorry,
I know you meant no harm. Finish your task first.
Yes, Master. Master Yuan Chuan? Master Yuan Chuan.
What is it?
Who's playing against whom here?
That's not something I can tell you just yet, little one. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden. The responsibility of Wei Shi will soon rest upon your shoulders. This study and this board will be yours as well. You've spent years searching for the truth behind this game, haven't you?
You knew all along.
You've always been obsessed with the Go game. How could I not know? Now that the board has been entrusted to you, it is time for you to learn the truth. Like you've probably already guessed, one of the players on this board has always been the Yuan Shen of Wei Shi.
I suspected as much. But who exactly is our opponent? The classic of Go teaches, within each person resides a veiled nature, and it is only when external forces stir them that their true feelings come to light. To understand another's mind, one must observe patiently, letting time unravel all that lies hidden. And yet, no matter how much I analyze the moves, I can never quite figure out what my opponent is thinking when they place their pieces. The classic of Go further teaches, novices cling to the edges, veterans secure the corners, and masters command the center. But their style is unpredictable. At times they expand boldly, setting the stage for a grand encirclement. Other times, they cut off their opponent's paths with fierce precision, fighting for a tactical advantage. And sometimes they simply defend a small corner, biding time and securing just enough territory to survive. Master, no matter how hard I try, I can't grasp the nature of my opponent.
Of course you can't. You're still too young. If you were a book, you'd be just a few pages. Your opponent, however, is a tome as vast as history itself. Most game records you've seen are usually settled in hours or days. But a lifetime? That's long enough to change a person in ways no one can predict. Don't dwell on it. When the time comes, everything will make sense. Just remember, your opponent across that board isn't just any rival. He's a guest of honor. You haven't met him yet. But if he comes during your lifetime, you must give everything you've got to defeat him. That's the only way Wei Shi will show him the respect he truly deserves.
I understand, Master.
One more thing. There's an unspoken rule. You can never place more than 5 stones during the game. That's why this game has lasted for centuries, never really coming to an end. And that's also why our guest keeps returning, anticipating his next visit.
How often does he come?
How often? Good question. To him, though, it probably never feels like much time passes between each visit. But for us, it's all a matter of luck. Some Yuan-chens were lucky enough to meet him twice, maybe even 3 times. Others lived and died without ever seeing him. You've got access to the records now. If you're interested, feel free to study them yourself.
One last question, Master.
Go on.
How strong is he? When you faced him, how confident were you?
Let me put it this way. You could spend a lifetime trying to figure out how to place your 5 stones. If you ever get the chance to face him, make sure you play a game worthy of the moment.
It is my turn to play, Emperor.
Come, rain or sun, the umbrella is always ready.
This story, as lengthy as it is, must end here for now. Looks like the sealing of the Dragon Pillar is almost done.
Master Yuanchen, the Dragon Pillar has been completely sealed, and the dam by Tianqi Lake has been repaired.
Looks like the Cerulean waters have been fully contained. We greatly appreciate your help, Head Librarian. We never would have been able to seal the pillar so easily without you and Miss Zero. Head Librarian, there is something I would like you to personally retrieve for us. It's something deeply connected to the source of all this, to Jisia. Find it, and all your doubts will be put to rest. It's the lost imperial seal of the first emperor. You could say it's the national treasure of Qin. But like most things from the first emperor's time, it just vanished into history. However, from what we've gathered from Weishu, I believe it's not lost to the world. It still exists, hidden somewhere in the imperial palace of Qingyu City, tucked away in its countless towers and halls. Trust me on this. It's the final piece of the puzzle. It's the key to the truth. Instead of listening to me ramble on, why not go see for yourself? Thank you, Head Librarian. I'll be here, waiting for your good news.
That old geezer! He didn't give us a single useful lead. This place is huge. Where the heck are we supposed to even start? I get it if they talk in riddles with Maons, but come on! We're part of Weishu. Why do our own people have to be so mysterious too?
If Master Yuan Xuan refuses to speak of it, he must have his reasons.
His reasons? Every day it's the same nonsense. Someone's always got some reason. I'm about to lose it with all these reasons. If he already knows the answer, why didn't he just tell us? Why do we have to solve some stupid puzzle? I haven't even finished my basic education.
Join this tongue-set disciple for a special insider's tour of the Qingyu Imperial Palace. Get a sneak peek at the restricted areas of the Imperial Palace that are off-limits to the public.
If you don't mind your account getting banned, go ahead and post that. Head Librarian, Master Yuan Xuan has asked me to assist you. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Didn't expect you'd actually need my help. Guess I should have just kept my mouth shut.
Where should we start?
If it were up to me, I'd start with the Kanjiang Pavilion.
Kanjiang Pavilion?
Over there, do you see it? That tall tower-like structure. It's said that Jisha built it to honor the meritorious officials of his time, and their portraits still hang inside as a testament to their legacy. The tradition carried on with every emperor after that. For nobles and high-ranking officials, getting their portrait in Kanjiang Pavilion was the ultimate honor. The imperial seal is a symbol of power, something the first emperor always kept with him. If we're looking for it, the best place to start is with the people closest to him, his inner circle in the Xia dynasty.
That makes sense. Let's get moving. It's up to you, Circle. The path ahead is blocked by more of those cerulean crystals. What a pain. These things are the worst to deal with. Cerulean crystals are basically mineral deposits from condensed water and mist. The fresh ones have a brighter color and are less compact. But if they're left unhandled for too long, they harden into something extremely difficult to break.
Don't worry. The mist-clearing lamp absorbs high concentrations of cerulean mist and turns it back into liquid. The crystallized cerulean residue gets stored, and the dried air is compressed. Once released, the compressed air is strong enough to shatter the crystals.
It's up to you, Tuckle.
We're almost at the Kanjiang Pavilion.
locked.
When we evacuated the residents, we activated security measures at key historical sites to protect cultural relics. But these security systems are usually managed by the Bureau of Cultural Relics. While we know how to activate them, we have no idea how to turn it off. The original plan was for their staff to take care of it when they got back.
Oh, looks like it's my time to shine.
Let me take a look. Well, I know a thing or two about this kind of lock. I hear something nearby. Clear the area while I'm cracking this.
Full. End it all.
Full barrage. It's up to you, Shako.
The tower soars from the Earth's deep core. Its peak dances with heaven's evermore. To ascend is to transcend mortal lore. Its spiral stairs in void explore. Over the sacred land, its grandeur stands, as if by ethereal shaping hands. Four corners eclipse the sun's bright bands, tier upon tier to heaven's strands. This is a poem from a previous era, commemorating the Kanjiang Pavilion. Let's head inside. I have a feeling we'll find what we're looking for. The pavilion has multiple floors with a complex layout, and it's not usually open to the public. Artifacts related to the first emperor are stored on the top floor. That's where we're headed. Wait a sec. This hexagonal sensor seems a bit off. Let me take a closer look. There's a mechanism inside the base of the sensor. It looks like a master switch. If I clear out this frost mist, it should start working again.
Huh? What's this? A lever?
I didn't think the mist would be this thick indoors. Let's purify this area first. We might need the compressed air later.
End it all. Complete insight.
Right. More crystals in the way.
Target locked. Fire! Full of flaws. Is this what pain feels like? get it now. The lever triggers the mechanisms on both sides. We need to keep the right side stairs stationary while rotating the door on the left. So, we gotta find a way to stop the mechanism on the right from moving.
There's a hexagonal sensor next to the mechanism on the right, Miss Ming.
What's written on these pedestals? Soing never told me how to read this script.
It's an ancient form of Tian's writing, so it's normal not to recognize it. This figure is Li Jun, believed to be the ancestor of the Tianli clan. He was a close confidant of Zisha, and even ruled in his stead at one point. This one is Zhang Luo, Tian's first scribe. He accompanied the first emperor for years, and laid the foundation for Tian's historical records, which is why some call him the Sage of History.
Is he holding something? Is that a giant seal?
That's the legendary imperial seal Zhang Luo carved for Zisha himself. The artisans of that era even carved a replica of it into his statue.
Ming, look at this. These must be their birth and death dates, but something's off. The birth dates are all faded from age, but the death dates? These engravings are new. And they all share the same year of death. This year. But why?
Last time I was here, it wasn't like this. As a mark of respect, the statue of the honored figures in Kanjiang Pavilion only have their birth years engraved, symbolizing their lasting legacy and remembrance. Someone was here before us. They changed the inscriptions and added the death dates.
You think they left this as a clue for us?
Li Jun and Zhang Luo's pedestals haven't been altered.
So, it's just the statues of the officials that got altered.
Most of these figures were Zisha's blood relatives. The first royal lineage of Qian.
Wait, it's not just them. Even Xixya's statue now has a death year. And it's this year?
Who hates the Ji clan so much that they deface these statues like this? It's not like Jixia came back to do it himself, right? You're telling me the guy obsessed with immortality is out here cursing himself to die? Now that would be pretty ironic. Right now, finding the seal is our top priority. Everything else can wait.
Looks like there's nothing useful left here. Let's head to Wencheng Pavilion.
Wencheng Pavilion?
It's another ancient structure from Jisha's era, housing a collection of historical records and texts. We might find something useful there.
My face isn't really suited to being carved in stone.
Not really, Your Majesty.
Sanglo, what does the Tianli clan say about moving Li Jun's statue into Kanjiang Pavilion? Go ahead and speak.
They've been cursing you non-stop. They call you a treacherous mongrel, the greatest hypocrite under heaven. They say you killed Li Jun, yet you pretend to be honoring his memory.
What do you think, Sanglo? Do you think I should be held accountable?
History will judge in time. It's not my place to say.
So, you trust history's judgment over your emperor's? Masterminds of strategy, architects of empire, scholars of unparalleled wisdom, paragons of virtue. That's how they describe themselves, right?
When the royal family gathered to build the Kanjiang Pavilion, they set criteria to decide who would be honored here. Only those with unmatched strategy, political acumen, boundless knowledge, or exemplary virtue were chosen, and of course, above all, those who possessed immortality. Only Li Jun and I are exceptions.
Li Jun ruled as a regent for a decade, and you stood by my side from the moment we began our campaign. They could never erase your legacies even if they wanted to. But this is not the future I once envisioned.
When will this cursed sun burn out and die, so I may join its end and cease to cry?
What did you say?
It's a song that has recently found its way into the mouths of the common folk, those who were never granted immortality. It means, when will this cursed sun finally die? We'd gladly perish along with you.
The sun. They mean me, don't they?
And your mortal kin.
Sanglo, how did things come to this?
After you left, the waters of Tianzhi Lake turned green on several occasions. The sick within the royal family drank from it, and their conditions ceased to worsen. Some who were on the brink of death even rose from their beds, walking and working. The waters of Tianzhi Lake granted them immortality, and the entire royal family consumed it. Then they completely sealed off the bridge you built by the lake, turning it into a dam, cutting off the water from flowing to the lands below. And so the Divide was born. Immortals above, mortals below. From that moment on, the royal family no longer saw the people as kin, or even subjects. They saw them as tools to be exploited and discarded. Li Jun tried to stop it, but you know him well. He was a blade, not a needle. Ruling a nation requires patience, careful thought, and well-laid plans before action. His nature made him an easy target for the royal family. After all, they never truly accepted him as regent, not when he wasn't of royal blood.
That's enough. No need to say more.
I can't leave a detailed record of this matter. I hope Your Majesty understands.
It's fine. Like you said, history will judge in time.
I've come to bid you farewell.
Farewell.
Yes. Seeing you again just proves it. The waters of Tianshi Lake really are the source of immortality. It's been 10 years. You haven't changed a bit, but I've gotten all decrepit.
Are you planning to retire to your hometown?
I've followed you for thousands of miles, seen nearly every corner of the world, and now I wish to return to my roots. Though Mount Tianshi towers high and the Grandeur River stretches long, I wish to be laid to rest in the land of my birth. In the land where the Ji lineage began, people still grow old, get sick, and pass away, instead of living forever.
Very well. You may leave now.
Thank you, Your Majesty. One more thing. Before I go, I must return this to you. As you instructed, during Regent Li Jun's rule, he penned the edicts while I affixed the seal. Now it is time to return it to its rightful owner. Please take good care, Your Majesty.
Shouldn't I be the one telling you that, Sanglo?
No. Soon I won't need to worry about worldly affairs anymore. But you are eternal. No matter how far this dynasty falls, you'll have to witness every moment of its decline. That's the main reason I'm leaving. The history of this dynasty has come to an end. It's no longer worth recording.
Another scribe will take your place. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the court.
I see. Well, then I'll be on my way.
Ruling a nation requires patience, careful thought, and well-laid plans before action. At least time is on my side.
The fastest way to Wencheng Pavilion is through the Imperial Garden. However, it's not exactly safe to pass through right now. The Taiya Pool was once the imperial hot spring, staying around 40 degrees year-round.
Sheen, come back!
Xiaoming, you liar! That's way hotter than 40 degrees! My skin is about to melt off!
It's not supposed to be so hot. Normally, the Taiya Pool's temperature stays stable.
Lately, increased geothermal activity from Mount Qianzhue has caused the ground to crack in multiple places. As a result, the pool has been overheating, and hot steam is rising from various cracks. The water is averaging 73 degrees now, and it's still rising. Don't go wandering off unless you want to boil yourself alive.
It's hard to say. We're still investigating. Some geothermal sources deep underground may have become active again. Until we understand the geological shifts here, stay cautious and don't wander off. We'll go around the outer walls of the garden. That's the safest route. Please follow me, Head Librarian.
set.
Complete insight. Onto. End it all.
We're standing atop the most fortified section of the ancient imperial palace. It's said that this wall has never been breached from the outside. It has only ever fallen due to betrayal from within, each time leading to a new dynasty. But that was all long ago. Over the years, the wall has been repaired, rebuilt, and reinforced countless times. The section beneath our feet is the oldest and the best preserved part, directly inherited from the era of Xisha. These bricks are far from what they once were. Please don't touch them. They might crumble.
Tourists here really lack manners. So many have carved things like "I was here" into the bricks. Atsu, take a look! Almost every brick has one.
Oh, you weren't paying any attention when Sing explained this in class, I guess?
Huh? What? Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden?
You're not wrong in your gut feeling. These are indeed carved words. But can you make out what they say?
This is... Why are all the characters all wobbly, like tadpoles? This is so hard to read.
This is Seal script, an ancient form of Xia's writing. It reads, Chongdun Rong and Chongke.
You can read ancient Jian script, Miss Zero?
I came across this type of script while studying old texts in the library. It means that this brick was made by two workers, a Chongdon named Rong and a Chong named Ke.
That's right. In ancient Jian language, Chongdun refers to men sentenced to forced labor, while Chong refers to women in the same situation. During the era of Xisha, every brick used in construction bore the names of the workers who crafted it. If a brick wasn't up to standard, the workers would be punished.
That's brutal. To build a wall this massive, they must have forced tens of thousands of people into labor.
There's a plaque here. It must have been embedded into the wall during construction. It records the project's timeline.
Year 25 of Xia. Wall length, 150 paces. Duration, 9 months. Laborers conscripted, 723. Executions due to substandard work, 159. Verified and completed. Overseers, Prime Minister Zi Xian, Guardian of Tianzue, Zi Suen, and Deputy Supervisor, Zi Huai.
In simpler terms, this section of the wall stretches 150 paces and was built in 9 months. 723 laborers were conscripted, and 159 were executed for producing substandard bricks. The project was overseen by Prime Minister Zixian, Guardian of Tianzue, Zi Xuan, and Deputy Supervisor Zi Huai.
Some of these names seem familiar. Back at Kanjiang Pavilion, I remember seeing statues with these same names carved into their pedestals.
Prime Minister, Guardian of Tianzue, and Deputy Supervisor. All those high-ranking officials have statues in Kanjiang Pavilion. Let's keep going.
It's up to you, Takon. Thunder in your eyes. Target locked. Fire! It's up to you, Takon. Hold on. Did we miss a plaque back there? Maybe we should go back and check. It might contain more information.
Year 36 of Xia. Heavy rains caused damage to the walls. Laborers conscripted, 2,000. Executions due to substandard work, 432. Overseers, Prime Minister Zi Xian, Guardian of Tianzue, Zi Suen, and Deputy Supervisor Zi Huai.
From forced labor to conscripted civilians, imagine how many people had to be forced into labor and how many were executed, all just to repair these walls.
If some laborers' work wasn't good enough, they were put to death. Then, they'd just bring in a fresh batch of laborers. And if too many were executed and they found themselves short on manpower, they'd just round up able-bodied civilians and force them into labor instead. The construction had to continue, no matter the cost, until the royal family was satisfied.
Just hearing this makes my blood boil. Where did that bastard run off to? Once we find him, I'll make him pay for every last crime of those brutes.
It's up to you, Takon.
That's what pain feels like.
cling to somber green, as autumn's chill whispers unseen. Mountains, rivers, vast and bare, my homeland's anvil cries despair. Moonlit homes in quiet glow, yet hearts are heavy, burden low. The Emperor's ambition, a costly plight, leaves the collapsed wall to haunt the night.
I know this poem. It tells the story of a laborer who died while building the wall, his bones sealed inside. Grief-stricken, his wife wept so intensely that the wall eventually crumbled, exposing his remains. And now they call Jade the father of human culture? From what I've seen, he's nothing but a complete douchebag. He treated human lives like they were worthless, so selfish and ruthless. He got to live forever because of some anomaly, and he treated ordinary people as nothing more than pests. Then he orchestrated all of this, trying to turn everyone in Qian into monsters just like him.
He even made Xing Dao Nongji.
Come on, Professor Ming, say something.
History is complicated. Different evidence, records, and perspectives can lead people to completely opposite conclusions about the same historical figure. Perhaps when we reach Wencheng Pavilion, the records there will paint an entirely different picture of Xixia.
Can you help me double-check the text on this one, Miss Ming?
Let's see. Year 55 of Xia. Earthquake damage to the walls. Laborers conscripted, 4,500. Executions due to substandard work, 109. Overseers, Prime Minister Xi Xian. Grand General, Xi Hong. Minister of Works, Ziqi.
Huh? Jixian? Wasn't that the name on the first plaque we saw when we climbed up here?
This spans nearly 30 years. Even if they were high-ranking officials in their youth, they should have passed on their positions by now. Yet these officials never got replaced. The same people held these positions for decades.
I seriously doubt a bunch of decrepit old men could still be cracking whips and running labor camps.
Now I get it. The statues in the Kanjiang Pavilion were never engraved with the Year of Death. It's not to symbolize eternal life or keep their names alive forever.
Your Majesty. The Prime Minister requests an audience.
Show him in.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I've come to report that the outer walls of the Imperial Palace are now complete. Please, come and see for yourself.
The guards and carriages are ready, just outside the hall.
You've been efficient. Weren't we expecting the construction to take another 2 years?
A palace fit for our royal family deserves nothing but our utmost dedication and best efforts. The Grand General drafted tens of thousands of laborers. The Minister of Works oversaw construction day and night, and I personally ensured the flow of silver and grain. That is how we finished ahead of schedule. The noble families and high officials are already gathered by the city walls, waiting for your Majesty's arrival.
Your Majesty, these walls are 10 meters high and 6 meters thick, and stretch over 20 kilometers around. They are impenetrable, and the land surrounding them is treacherous. With these walls, our clansmen will be safe and secure, standing strong for generations to come.
The silver and grain spent on these walls exceed the entire Empire's annual revenue many times over. To cover the costs, I've already ordered taxes to be raised for the next 5 years. If the autumn harvest doesn't meet the target, we'll take their winter stores. If that's still not enough, we'll take the seeds set aside for spring planting. And if the seeds aren't enough either, we'll send the common folk into the mountains to gather wild fruits and vegetables. For those who can't pay their full tax in silver, we'll take their jewelry. If that still doesn't meet the quota, we'll seize their farming tools. If that isn't enough either, we'll take their cooking pots, utensils, livestock, and whatever else they have left in their homes.
That's certainly efficient. But I fear the commoners won't be too happy about that, will they?
Your Majesty need not worry. I've assigned my best soldiers to make sure everyone complies. No one will dare to defy us. Those who do, regardless of age or health, will face execution to serve as a warning. And the able-bodied will be sent to labor camps to fill the gaps left behind.
But how are they supposed to survive the winter? How do you expect them to farm next spring? If they starve to death, what then?
Your Majesty, why concern yourself with such trivialities? The commoners are like wild grass. Cut them down, and new ones grow. There will always be more. The bricks on these walls are proof of that. Each name carved here belongs to a commoner. As for those who dare to stand in the way of our grand ambitions, we simply erase them. Just as we always have, and always will.
After all, the weak have no place in this world. If they collapse from exhaustion, it only proves they were never meant to stand. If they die by execution, it is the price of their own incompetence. And if too many fall and slow our progress, we will simply conscript more able-bodied laborers to take their place. Once the Imperial Palace is complete, the summit of Mount Tianxie will become a true paradise. No mortal will ever set foot within its walls again. We immortals, untouched by time, and armed with weapons crafted from cerulean crystals, will forever hold dominion over the common people. Your Majesty, is something wrong?
Yeah. Your grand project, your paradise. Is this really the best you can come up with? How utterly disappointing.
What do you mean, Your Majesty?
You claim this place is a land of immortals, yet it still clings to the edge of the mortal realm. How can something like that be called paradise? Find me a place untouched by the mortal world. A land where no commoner will ever set foot. A sanctuary where we can live in perfect peace and solitude for all eternity.
Door's locked. Wait, Sin, put that spear down. Professor Ming, do something.
I've never come across anything like this before. Let me see.
Aren't instruments meant to be played? What if we try playing the ones that match the patterns on the wall? I've got a hunch this might just work. See? Told you. Just follow the wall patterns and play the matching instruments. Easy.
you, Changpeng. Again? Alright. So how do we play these instruments this time?
Is this some kind of writing too? It looks nothing like the ones in books. At least the characters in textbooks are made up of straight lines. These, though, look more like a swarm of ants scrambling around.
This is an ancient script. So old that even people from centuries ago regarded it as ancient. Some of these characters are so obscure that even I can only decipher bits and pieces.
The Emperor rules over all the land, establishing laws and decrees, while his ministers diligently carry them out. When he first unified the realm under heaven, everyone, from the rivers to the seas, submitted without exception.
Seems like Miss Zero has a better grasp of ancient texts than I do.
I can understand the meaning, but I don't know the historical context behind it.
The first part is just typical praise, extolling Xixa's achievements in founding the kingdom. Nothing remarkable there. But the latter sections? Those would certainly pique the interest of historians. These records suggest that the chime bells were made during the so-called Tianli Regency.
Tianli? Regency? Does this have anything to do with those Tianli clan members we ran into before?
It does. The Tianli clan is an ancient lineage that has lasted through the ages. Legend has it that after Xixa established his capital, he spent years traveling, neglecting state affairs. During that time, Legion, the leader of the Tianli clan, known as the Lord of Weaponry, served as regent in his place.
Wait a minute. If Jixia and Legion were so close back then, why does the Tianli clan now speak Jixia's name like it's something sour on their tongues?
End it all!
remember seeing some patterns on the walls in the hallway earlier. Let's go check them out again.
Oh, yeah, there are patterns. If we follow the path we came from and play the instruments from right to left, it might work. We've been banging on so many instruments since. My arms are killing me. Hey, Professor Ming, what are you staring at?
While you all were making a racket, I went ahead and scanned through some inscriptions on these ritual artifacts. If these inscriptions are true, then the Lord of Weaponry's reign was unimpressive. No, scratch that. It was downright atrocious. One inscription says that Legion mistakenly levied double the usual grain tax on the tribe that made this particular bronze vessel. When their leader protested, Legion admitted he had miscalculated but didn't seem to care. Instead of returning the excess, he just promised to waive next year's taxes.
So, he took double this year and then just decided not to tax them next year? What if his subjects starve because of that?
The inscription doesn't say. Oh, and then there's this bronze plate. According to the inscription, it was supposed to be a gift for a vassal in the south. But the Tianli clan messed up and had it sent to a vassal in the north instead. To make it worse, that northern vassal was in the middle of hosting his son's wedding, and according to their customs, large bronze plates like this were used to offer sacrifices to the dead. The northern vassal was furious. He smashed the plate to pieces and had his envoy haul the fragments all the way back to Qingyu City. Legion didn't get angry about it. He just patched the plate back together and sent it off to the southern vassal like nothing had happened. By the time the plate showed up, the southern vassal was holding a lavish banquet for his people. And right in front of all his guests, the gift from Qingyu City turned out to be a shattered plate, an outright slap in the face. He took it as a direct insult, so he had the whole ordeal etched into the plate as a permanent reminder for future generations to never forget the shame. Long story short, maybe Legion was quite adept at ruling the Tianli clan, but when it came to governing the new world unified by Xisha, he was totally out of his depth.
What happened after that?
Actually, the ritual vessels we passed by earlier might not have all been crafted in the same era. Depending on the era and the ruler, the inscriptions might reveal different takes on the same event. But despite the differences in the accounts, the story remains essentially the same. Once Legion seized absolute power, criticism of his rule grew louder, and eventually, he was overthrown by the court officials and the royal family. When Xisha, who had been wandering for years, finally returned, he was forced to clean up the mess Legion had left behind. By then, Legion had stirred up so much public resentment that if Xisha hadn't stepped in just in time to restore order, the Empire might have fallen apart. According to the records, as soon as he returned, he wasted no time purging the Tianli clan from the court, and the people cheered when it happened.
And what happened to Li Jun?
One account says that after being ousted, Li Jun refused to accept his fate. He tried to take up arms against Xisha, but Xihong, Xisha's general at the time, struck him down. Oh, and by the way, most of these chime bells were made after Xisha returned. Their inscriptions all revolve around one theme: the Eternal Palace.
The Eternal Palace?
The name says it all. It was meant to be a sacred place where Xisha and his clansmen would live in peace and prosperity forever. Historians have always been captivated by it. According to the scattered records left behind, the palace is said to be a place of unparalleled grandeur, overflowing with treasures. Ancient legends paint a vivid picture of it. They say the palace has rivers made of liquid mercury, a starry sky paved with luminous pearls, and eternal lanterns burning with oil extracted from mermaids. There's always been speculation that the Eternal Palace is just a deferential euphemism for the imperial tomb where Xisha lies in eternal rest. Of course, we now know that Xisha is still alive. But what's strange is that despite all these detailed descriptions passed down through the ages, there's no trace of the palace anywhere in or around Qingyu City.
A hidden treasure! Now this is way more interesting than a history lesson. Has anyone ever found it?
Nope. People have searched for generations, but no one's ever uncovered anything. Well, except for one possible lead, the Tianli clan.
Why does it always circle back to them?
Because, according to legend, the Tianli clan, known for their masterful craftsmanship, were the ones who constructed the Eternal Palace. Because of the political corruption during the Tianli Regency period, the entire clan was branded as sinners and forced to build the palace as a form of penance for their crimes.
Oh, once their restaurant opens, I'm definitely gonna swing by and see if I can dig up some info on this.
That was thousands of years ago. Now, they're just regular people, living their lives like anyone else. Just like how we can't separate the fact from fiction in Xisha's story. They probably have no clue what their ancestor did all those years ago either.
Miss Ming.
Huh?
Are these records really true?
That's a pretty broad question, Miss Zero. History is the sum of all human experiences, and it can be just as complicated as the nature of humans. Every artifact around us, and every inscription etched into them, holds someone's version of the truth. However, if we shift the perspective or the storyteller, those very records could quickly turn into nothing but a tangled web of lies. That's what makes history so profound and fascinating. Qingyu City is definitely hiding secrets we can't even begin to imagine.
Your Majesty, as you commanded, we found a secluded place untouched by the disturbances of the mortal world. At long last, we have what we were looking for. Please, come and see if it meets your expectations.
Oh, then let's have a look. Perfect. This is exactly what I desired. This land shall be the realm of immortality. Here, we will build the Eternal Palace.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Send word. Gather the laborers right away. No. Gather the people of the Tianli clan. One more thing. Issue a decree. No one outside of the Tianli clan or the royal family is allowed to set foot on this land. Anyone else who dares trespass will be executed on sight.
Why take such measures, Prime Minister?
The realm of the Immortals is a sacred sanctuary, meant only for us. We cannot allow mortal hands to defile it, which is why I forbid ordinary laborers from entering. The Tianli clan may be guilty, but their craftsmanship is unmatched. They are the perfect hands to build a palace worthy of immortals. Besides, only two groups know the secret to immortality: the royal family and the Tianli clan. After all, that traitor Li Juin, who once stood by your side at Jianxi Lake, was their leader. My plan is simple. Once the realm of the Immortals is complete, the entire Tianli clan will be wiped out. That way, the secret of immortality will belong to us alone. Forever.
You? Well, you've thought this through more than I have.
I am honored, Your Majesty. I'll make sure those Tianli dogs work twice as hard. Our eternal sanctuary will be up in no time.
Prime Minister, His Majesty is resting. If you have something urgent, please.
Move! You're just a mere guard. Who do you think you are, blocking my way? Or I'll have you join those common wretches in hard labor.
I wouldn't dare. Please, go right ahead, sir.
Quite the commotion. What's going on?
My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. I lost my composure. It's just that things took an unexpected turn. There's been an incident in the realm of the Immortals.
Oh, a problem even you can't handle.
If Your Majesty wishes, I can take care of it right away, but this situation is quite unusual. Those Tianli sinners have actually unearthed the dragon vein. This is no trivial matter. I didn't dare make a decision on my own without your decree.
The dragon vein?
At first, I couldn't believe it either. But after seeing it with my own eyes, there's no doubt about it. It's unmistakable. I thought the dragon vein was just a myth. But now, Your Majesty, you have to see it for yourself. Your Majesty, should we relocate the construction site?
Absolutely not. This is an auspicious sign, a divine gift from the heavens. Why should we go elsewhere? Issue a decree to continue the construction right here. Not a single inch should be moved.
Head Librarian, this is Wencheng Pavilion.
Whoa. I've heard about this place before, but seeing it in person, it's on a whole other level.
Alright, if we're looking for records on Xisha, this is the most complete archive there is. If it's not here, it probably doesn't exist anywhere.
But this is way too much!
And this is just what's left after centuries of war, pillaging, and fires. If every record had made it through, Wencheng Pavilion would be way bigger than it is now. We can skip over the records of Xisha's early years and focus on what happened before and after his return.
What about me? What am I supposed to do?
You? You're doing all the heavy lifting. Here, take these. And these. Oh, and these. And these.
Whoa, slow down! I'm gonna lose my balance!
Quit whining and put those overactive muscles of yours to good use.
I just realized, I've read some of these before, back in the library. Just never connected the dots until now. I'm piecing it all together in my head. Reading something is one thing, but actually understanding it is another. I think I've read enough.
Oh, looks like we've reached the center of Wencheng Pavilion. Let's take a break and go over what we found. I came across some records about the Eternal Palace earlier.
Oh, what do they say? Does it mention any treasure? Anything about luminous pearls? Or mermaid lanterns?
No.
Boring.
To be honest, most of the records are vague, fragmented, or missing key details. but there's one thing they all agree on. After the Eternal Palace was built, Xisha and the entire royal family vanished without a trace. In a single night, the Empire was left without a ruler. Chaos followed, wars broke out, and vassals turned on each other.
So you're saying the fall of Xia is all connected to the Eternal Palace?
Many historians think so, but no one has solid proof.
Huh? Sounds interesting. But how's that gonna help us? Didn't Master Yanxuan tell us to find an imperial seal? Any luck with that?
I came across a few mentions of it. After the fall of the Xia dynasty, every dynasty that came after tried to find the seal Songluo had carved, since it was considered a priceless national treasure. But just like Jisha, the seal vanished into thin air. Some believe it was lost in the Grandeur River during the chaos, but despite countless attempts by later rulers to dredge it up, nothing was ever found.
The inscription on the seal reads, Heart of the World.
Huh? What does that even mean?
I was expecting something more along the lines of, by the mandate of heaven, may the Emperor's reign be long and prosperous, or something like that.
Establish the nation at the heart of the world, and place the palace at the center of the nation. Only through perfect balance can moral order be achieved. Only through benevolence comes sanctity.
Miss Zero, what are you even talking about?
It's from a book called The Seal Chronicles. I remember reading it once at the Library of Babel.
Oh, I've heard of that. It's a book about all the different designs and uses of imperial seals throughout history. But I never would have guessed the Library of Babel would have records dating all the way back to Xisha's time. That's pretty mind-blowing. Based on what Miss Zero just said, back in Xisha's time, people thought Qingyu City was the center of the world, so they made it the capital. Right in the middle of the capital was Tianxi Lake. And that's where they built the Imperial Palace. Naturally, whoever ruled from the heart of the world was seen as the most sacred emperor under heaven. So it makes sense that the Emperor's seal would be inscribed with the heart of the world.
Hey! You guys have been talking about this forever, but I'm the one lugging around this giant pile of books. I can't hold on much longer. I need to rest a bit. Huh? Why does that thing look kind of familiar? Wait, isn't this the sarcophagus Master Yanxuan told us to find?
The sarcophagus from Delphi Academy was recently built, but this one looks ancient.
It's empty inside. Professor Ming, any idea what this thing is?
According to records, this was one of the very first foundation pillars laid when Wencheng Pavilion was originally built. The pavilion has endured several devastating fires throughout history, being burned down and rebuilt at least 2 or 3 times. However, since the pillar is made of stone, it has survived every fire and has always served as the starting point for reconstruction.
Oh, so it's really that old. But why is it hollow? Don't tell me ancient builders were cutting corners too.
Quite the opposite. I don't think this pillar was originally meant to be part of any building's foundation. But if that's the case, then what was it made for?
Dang! Look! There's some inscriptions on it!
Huh? Let me see. Could this really be something created by Weishu all the way back then?
Oh, you found writing on your side too? There's some over here as well.
By the Emperor's decree, death is eternally banished.
Go in. What are you waiting for? You dare make the Emperor wait?
No, thank you.
You look kind of familiar. Oh, you were Sung Luo's assistant, right?
Yes, Sung Luo was my mentor. He has now entrusted his duties to me.
So you're the one who's taking over as the Grand Scribe. Why didn't you come to the palace earlier?
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. My mentor passed away not long ago. I had to take care of his funeral before I could come to the capital.
I see. So, Sung Luo's gone. Did he suffer before he died?
No. He passed away peacefully in his sleep.
Did he leave any last words?
He did, but they were for his family. He didn't say anything about the court, or your majesty.
You should be familiar with the way to the Grand Scribe's chamber. Since Sanglo left, the position's been vacant, and everything inside the chamber is just as he left it. If you need anything, just let the Prime Minister know. That will be all. You can leave now. What is it? Is there anything else?
Your Majesty, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy on the Tianli clan.
Have mercy?
Word is spreading that the Tianli clan is building an immortal realm for the imperial family. There's been talk within the royal family lately. Word is, once the immortal realm is completed, it'll become a palace where the imperial bloodline can live forever. And when it's finished, every craftsman from the Tianli family will be put to death to make sure the secret of immortality never gets out.
So this is the kind of disciple Sanglo is raising now? The kind that gets involved in idle gossip? Since when is that the job of a scribe?
Your Majesty, people's words, actions, and way of life are all a part of history. What is recorded today becomes the past, shaping the future as it's written into the annals of history. Even the smallest whispers in the court are things a scribe should keep track of. The Tianli clan holds thousands of innocent lives. Mortals are fleeing, their lives as short as morning dew. I implore you, Your Majesty, for the sake of the bond you once shared with Li Jun, please spare them.
Tell me, are you close to Li Jun? Or to the Tianli clan?
No, not at all. When Li Jun served as regent, I was just a child. By the time I started studying under my mentor, Li Jun had already passed away. I've never met him in person.
If you don't know him and you've got no ties to him or his clan, why are you even pleading on their behalf?
Because my mentor recorded Li Jun's story. His records describe Li Jun as a man of unyielding integrity, someone who stood by his principles. Although I never had the chance to meet him, I deeply admire his character. The records also mention that Your Majesty and Li Jun were close friends, which is why, when Your Majesty set out on your travels, you entrusted Li Jun to rule in your stead. Why is it that now, when the Tianli clan is on the brink of death, you're choosing to do nothing? And why is it that in recent years the imperial family has grown greedier, drowning the people in endless taxes and levies, leaving them without means of livelihood, yet Your Majesty does nothing to stop it? Forgive me for speaking so bluntly, but the ruler I see before me is nothing like the emperor my mentor described. If it was truly your decision to execute Li Jun, destroy the Tianli clan, build extravagant palaces, and drain the people dry with your taxes, then history will never forget your name. You will be remembered as a symbol of tyranny for eternity.
How dare you speak so insolently? What do you know? Just because you've read a few things written by others, you think you can pass judgment and decide what's right or wrong? So what if it's true? I'm the Emperor, the ruler of all the lands, the highest authority on Earth. And you, a mere scribe, think you can lecture me?
Your Majesty, you may rule the world, and your command may be absolute. But there are some things even your power can't sway. Every thought and action of yours, once said or done, will be seen and remembered by others. And one day, those memories will become a part of history. Long after you're gone, your descendants will know who you really were, and they'll judge the legacy you left behind.
Quite the bold words. Do you realize that with just one word, I could have my guards take your head?
Your Majesty, your executioners may take my head, but they can't take away the sense of justice in the hearts of the people. If I die, another scribe will take my place and record your deeds just the same. Even if you kill that scribe, and the one after that, and the one after that, the truth will still be recorded and remembered. Tell me, how many executioners do you have? Enough to silence every person in the world who can read and write? The word history was first created by Sung Luo, the Grand Scribe. The term history refers to past events that will be spoken of by countless voices and spread far and wide. The scribe, with steady hand and pen, captures these events, ensuring that what is written remains accurate and enduring, allowing the past to live on and be known. Recording history means telling the truth without fear or bias, without adding or hiding anything. It's not about flattery or cover-ups. It's about recording events exactly as they happened. That's what history is all about. These are the teachings my mentor passed down to me, and I will uphold them and pass them on to my students, ensuring the spirit of the historian lives on. Besides, a tyrant is akin to a tiger. People might flee in fear of its claws, but when there's no escape and survival is the only choice, even the weakest will fight back, even if it means facing the beast barehanded until one of them falls. Your death threat doesn't even faze me. Do you really think it'll work on your subjects? They've been trampled on and pushed to the extreme edge of survival already. What good is a death threat if your people no longer fear death? I can only hope your reign never descends to such depths.
How dare you!
Your Majesty, you and your kin may have gained immortality, but in the grand scheme of time, you're no different from the rest of us. You're just a mortal who happens to live longer, and nothing more. The legacy of history doesn't bend to the rise and fall of fleeting power.
Do you know what I was reading before you arrived?
No, I don't.
These records, they were all gathered and compiled by Sung Luo while he was here. I spent 10 years away from Qingyu City, traveling the world. So much has changed in that time. Even now, I'm still studying those changes and trying to understand them. Do you really believe that just because the Emperor never leaves the palace, he's unaware of the world outside?
What do you mean?
From now on, do not bring this matter up again. And definitely not to the rest of the royal family. I'd rather not have to go through the trouble of finding a new Grand Scribe right after appointing you. For now, all you need to know is that I have my own agenda. Although, I must say I'm a bit surprised.
Please forgive my insolence, Your Majesty.
No, it's not your defiance that surprises me. Do you see that? Your mentor carved that seal for me with his own hands. Any decree sealed with it holds the full authority of the Emperor's will. No one would dare defy it. And yet, your mentor created something far more powerful than this seal. Something even an emperor must fear. The words you scribes record. Do your job well. Don't let him down.
Great. After all this running around, all we found are more questions. And we still have no idea where that seal is.
I hate to admit it, but yeah, we're no closer than when we started.
Come on. I know that old geezer. He's known where the seal is this whole time. Why did he have us waste all this energy running around the Imperial Palace instead of just telling us?
Maybe the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. Establish the nation at the heart of the world and place the palace at the center of the nation. Only through perfect balance can moral order be achieved. Only through benevolence comes sanctity.
You already said that, Zero.
Wait a moment. Miss Zero, are you saying... I see. That makes sense.
What? What are you guys talking about? Can't you just stop speaking in riddles?
The capital was built at the center of the world, with the Imperial Palace at its heart. So, where does that leave the Emperor?
If you put it that way, I guess right at the center of the palace?
Exactly. Perfect balance, justice, benevolence, sanctity. If we follow that logic, the Jade Seal, which represents imperial authority, should be placed at the very heart of the palace. That's the most logical conclusion.
But the very heart of the palace, isn't that Jianshu Lake? Are you saying the seal is at the bottom of the lake?
No. If you check a map, the geometric center of the palace isn't even Jianshu Lake. It's the plaza right in front of the main hall. Think about it. During major ceremonies, the Emperor needs to stand at the heart of the Empire. They're not going to have him rowing a boat to the middle of a lake every time, right? So, the ancient architects made sure the palace's geometric center is just a little off from the lake. Now that I think about it, right in the center of that plaza, there's a bell tower. And inside, there's a huge bell.
The bell. The center.
Miss Zero, this could be the clue left for us. In the Qian language, bell and center are pronounced the same.
The seal must be inside the bell.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Come on, let's go check it out.
I still don't get it. How do you even hide something inside this thing?
If the bell's knob is hollow, then there's plenty of room to hide a Jade Seal inside.
Still feels like a stretch. This thing's been out in the open for centuries. You're telling me no one ever thought to check inside?
No. I'm sure plenty of people did, but this isn't just any bell. It's the Zongsha bell. Even if someone had figured it out back in the day, no one would have dared to break it open.
Zongsha bell? What, is it some kind of big deal?
Let me guess. You totally zoned out when Jing was giving that history lesson. Legend has it that when Zisha became the emperor, he collected bronze from across the land and had Li Jun, the lord of weaponry, personally oversee the casting of a great bell. This bell symbolized the submission of all nations to his rule. Ever since, the bell has been kept as a symbol of his rightful rule over the realm. If someone had suggested smashing it open in front of the emperor back then, well, you can imagine how that would have ended. And now it's a cultural artifact. No one would even think about destroying it.
So, what do we do? If we can't break it, then how are we supposed to check if the seal's actually inside?
Let's do this.
Huh?
I said, let's do this. Once we're done, we'll collect the pieces. With Weisha's technology, we can put the bell back together like nothing ever happened.
Wow, Professor Ming. I didn't know you had such a devious side.
If this bell really dates back to Zisha's time, then it's definitely been broken before. I mean, someone had to crack it open if they wanted to hide the Jade Seal inside.
All right. Since you said so, I'm on it. Is this it? Let me see. I'll leave it to you, Professor.
Yes, this has to be it. Heart of the world. Let's get this back to Master Yuan Chun immediately.
I've been expecting you, Head Librarian. Master Yang Chuan asked me to wait here for you.
See? Told you. He knew exactly where this thing was the whole time. He even had someone waiting for us at the end.
Please step aboard. I'll take you right back.
Looks like you found what you were after. Looks like you've learned a lot on your journey. Before I answer your questions, mind if I ask you one? Now that you've come all this way, tell me what you think the first Emperor, no, Jade Seal is really like. Looks like someone else who needs to answer that is on their way. I'm fine, Yuli. Don't hurt him.
Yes, Master Yuan Quan.
Whoa, hold up. Isn't that Leech? What the heck, man? It's only been a couple of hours and now you're pulling weapons on us?
Give it back.
Wait. Okay, fine. Maybe I ate a little more than I should have, but you guys said it was on the house. No take-backs?
What? I grabbed a few silver trinkets and crafts, yeah. But seriously, those were just cheap mass-produced stuff. The guys back there were basically shoving them at me, asking me to help promote them.
Give me the Jade Seal.
There. Whose kid is out here crying all alone?
Who are you?
Does it matter who I am? Eat something first. A growing kid like you shouldn't be hungry. Though, all I've got is some cold food. So don't eat too fast or you'll upset your stomach. Easy there, kid. You eat like you haven't seen food in a week. Here, drink some water before you choke.
Thanks, but, this is the Tianli's clan's rear mountain. What are you doing here? Did you get lost?
Today's Qingming Festival. I'm here to clean up the tombstone and pay my respects.
Clean up the tombstone? Whose tombstone? This land's always been part of the Tianli clan's territory. Is your friend from our clan?
You could say that. What about you? Why is a kid like you out here all alone in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you're out for a midnight stroll.
A stroll? Kinda weird way to put it. Who just goes out for a stroll in the middle of the night? I got in trouble, so now I'm stuck here guarding this place as punishment.
Oh. Punished? At this time of year? Don't tell me you broke some kind of ancestral taboo.
What? No! I actually did exactly what they told me to do today. But when I asked for a reward, they got mad at me.
A reward? What kind of reward?
My class is going on a trip to Sangling City this weekend. I really wanted to go, but they wouldn't sign my permission slip. It's been years, and every single time it's the same excuse. No one in our clan is allowed to step outside Jingyu City. 3 years. 3 whole years, and I haven't been allowed to go on a single spring trip. Not even the autumn outings. So, yeah, I talked back a little. And next thing I knew, they sent me here as punishment. And then they gave me that same lecture again about how as the future clan leader, I can't take the rules so lightly. Like, have they ever even asked if I want to be their stupid leader?
Seriously, these rules are kind of ridiculous. They won't even let a kid go on a spring trip. Like, who does that? Taking away the simple joy of eating snacks on a bus. Sounds like a bunch of stubborn old fossils to me. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you'll be free from all these burdens and responsibilities.
What do you know? Don't talk bad about our rules. Our clan has our own way of life, and we don't need some outsider telling us what to do. But... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you earlier. You gave me food and water, and I let my temper get the best of me. But seriously, no matter how mad you are, that's no excuse to torture my ears like this.
Was it really that bad? I've been practicing for years.
Let me try.
Oh, you know how to play.
No, but I learned how to play the recorder at school. It's probably not that different. That was a song from my clan. Pretty good, huh?
It was beautiful. Keep the flute. It's meant to be with you.
Meant to be with me? This wasn't mine to begin with. I can't just take it.
Starting today, it is yours. Take care of it. It's been through a lot over the years, but now, it's finally where it belongs. Here you go. Now, don't tell me one little song is all it takes to make you this smug. Come on. You've got more than just one in you, right?
My people. We are leaving Jingyu City. Now.
Brother Chi?
Sure? Li Sure? Are you serious? But what about the ancestral law?
Long ago, the Lord of Weaponry forged Yu Pi to end harsh laws, severe punishments, and needless formalities. When stained with the blood of his descendant, the blade becomes Yu Pi anew. As the 297th Patriarch of the Tianli clan, and in the name of Yu Pi, I hereby invoke the Lord of Weaponry's authority and abolish the decree forbidding us from leaving Jingyu City. Gather your things. We move now.
Patriarch, I know this isn't the time to worry about possessions, but there are a few ancestral artifacts we really ought to bring along. They're small and won't take up much space. You know we're responsible for preserving and protecting them. If anything happens, it won't just be our problem. The Bureau of Cultural Relics will have our heads for it. You know, I'm not trying to add to your stress at a time like this, but you know as well as I do that our finances aren't in great shape. If we get fined on top of this, well, we'll have to take it out of your pocket money.
Fine. I'll send someone to get them. Why is it taking them so long to get back?
Alicia! No, Patriarch! That thing! The one we kept in the Ancestral Temple! It's gone!
The one in the shrine? Do you mean...
Yes, that thing! We searched everywhere, checked the entire inventory, and everything else is accounted for except that!
Forget it. We don't have time for a full search right now. Just go.
But...
We'll look for it later. So it was you.
Both ammunition and sunscreen are ready.
Hand over the Jade Seal.
Wait, there's one more of them.
See ya.
Misunderstanding, you say? I took you in, and you repay me by stealing my clan's sacred treasure. Hand back the Jade Seal. Now. Or else.
Please hand the Jade Seal to His Excellency, esteemed head librarian. It's all right.
Huh? You... No, not this one. It's the heart of the world, not the justice of the world. This isn't our seal at all. Where did you hide our ancestral seal?
Whoa, bro! What's got you all fired up? You're throwing around accusations like fireworks. Even us Tong Sect folks aren't that trigger-happy.
Okay, we might have overstayed our welcome a bit, but that doesn't make us thieves. That's just unfair.
I've got no clue about your ancestral seal, but the one you're holding? We went all through that massive royal palace before we found it.
That's right. So, how about giving our seal back to us?
Justice of the world?
Only through perfect balance can moral order be achieved. Only through benevolence comes sanctity. Justice will prevail at the heart of the world.
So, there are 2 Jade Seals? What's going on here, Mr. Yuan Chuen?
Truth is, there were 2 Jade Seals from the beginning. The one with Heart of the World, possessed by Jixia, and the one with Justice of the World, carried by Li Jun. Both were crafted by Cong Luo, the first scribe ever. The one with the words Heart of the World were once owned by the Emperor. It meant he was the heart of the world, and his word was law. As for the one with Justice of the World, it was carried by Li Jun during his regency. It bound its holder to uphold justice and act in the Emperor's name. Together, they were the bedrock of the Xia dynasty's steadfast reign.
Together? How ridiculous! Jixia is but a backstabbing rat. He exiled us and tarnished our first ancestor's name. If it weren't for him, our clan wouldn't be restricted to such a remote corner.
Your hatred is hollow, patriarch of the Tianli clan. Your words and actions lack conviction even to yourself. Your Tianli clan clings to an ancient rule. The Tianli clan must never leave Qingyu City. However, none of you know why your first ancestor decreed it. You follow it blindly, just like how you cling to your hatred of Jixia and his legacy. I believe you've realized it. Your resentment is ingrained, and thus meaningless. That's why you keep cursing everything about Jixia, to convince yourselves that your belief is real.
Who do you think you are, you pompous old man? What makes you think you can...
Because I can give your hollow hatred a solid reason.
You...
Head Librarian, didn't you once ask why I sought this artifact now of all times? Exactly. It doesn't hold the key. It is the key. Surely you realize that the first Emperor wasn't the only one who gained immortality, right? Well, let me tell you how this story ends. The Eternal Palace's rise was also the Immortal's fall.
So Jixia's true target is the Eternal Hall. No wonder we haven't seen him this whole time. But what exactly is his plan? One moment he's infecting people with cerulean water, and the next he's reopening the Eternal Hall.
I know that. I got a call earlier, and the guy said, "Hello there, this is Jixia. I'm still alive, and I'll reclaim my throne with 100,000 terracotta warriors. Wire me $2,000, and I'll name you my right-hand man once I'm back to my throne."
Huh? Isn't that the most basic scam? Did you actually fall for it?
I couldn't figure out mobile banking, so I asked Sling for help, and she ended up uprooting the whole fraud ring.
Anyway, Jixia's definitely plotting something huge. He can't seriously be gathering a bronze army to take over the world, right?
Seriously, what's even going through your head? If that's really his grand plan, why wait thousands of years? With the way things are looking, I'm worried Xisha might have already made it to the Eternal Hall. We've got to find him as soon as possible.
By the way, bro, don't you have something to say?
I shouldn't have snapped without hearing the full story. I'm sorry. But I won't fully believe Yuanxuan's tale until I check it out myself.
Easy fix. Let's check your clan's sacred lands. Then we'll know if Master Yuanxuan was telling the truth.
The earthquakes are getting worse. Let's just hurry to the ancestral home. I really don't want overtime today.
Please lead the way, dear patriarch.
Follow me.
Fluttering wing. It's up to you, Shako.
I mean, Patriarch! Where are you?
Target locked. Fire!
I am the plague! Holy cow! Finally found you, Shi.
What's happening? Didn't I tell you to evacuate?
By the ancestors' beards! A bunch of terracotta soldiers just rose from the mountains!
Wait, what? Seriously?
Sorry, but I've got to go. Just follow my lead.
Our youngsters are holding back those warriors on our tail. Come on, Patriarch! They need backup!
Wait, hey, why the rush? We're not about to twiddle our thumbs here. those humans? People tainted by cerulean water? They're practically bronze all over.
Are these bronze things even human? Or some messed up movie props? Just look at their green blood! Oh, come on! Is this a hidden camera prank or something? Where's the crew?
The earthquake caused a landslide, and these bronze soldiers just crawled out of the rear mountain. We barely trapped them in our ancestral home. Thank the heavens Che got back in time to finish them off. Che went in alone. Please help him.
We're here to help, Patriarch.
Don't bother. I've got this under control.
It's an emergency. Drop the pride. Let me do a special report at your ancestral home later, and we'll call it even.
Yeah, treat us to a beast and we're square.
Trivial skill. Something is wrong. These things, they're not human. Not anymore.
The beast we bought earlier only had bronze skin and bones, but these things, even their flesh and blood are metal.
These garments are ancient soldier uniforms from at least 1,000 years back.
Are we seriously fighting ancient zombies right now?
These beasts crawled out from the rear mountain. My clan's sacred lands.
If we're going there now, that isn't trespassing, right?
trivial skill.
Fluttering wings. It's up to you.
Here we are, the sacred lands of my clan. Even I have never stepped foot inside.
Huh? It's just a flimsy wooden door. How is this supposed to keep anything inside?
The door is recent. Behind it lies a stone gate.
The carving on this gate, it's shaped like the Jade Seal.
So, the entrance to the Eternal Hall is actually hidden in the Qianli clan's sacred lands. See? Told you Master Yuanquan was telling the truth.
Well, let me tell you how this story ends. The Eternal Palace's rise was also the Immortal's fall. Your clan upholds an ancient rule. The Tianli clan must never leave Qingyu City. While this ancient rule was initially set by Li Jun, you didn't follow it merely because he was your first ancestor. Every generation of the Tianli clan abides by this rule, because you're not just gravediggers, but also tomb keepers. Indeed, the mysterious Eternal Hall truly exists. It's a hideaway, crafted by the immortal royal family to live forever in seclusion. The Eternal Hall sits at the heart of Mount Tianshui below Heavenly Lake, known as the Heart of the World. The construction had to be kept entirely secret from the outside world. Carving a city inside a mountain was not an easy feat, so only skilled craftsmen like those of the Tianli clan were allowed. The royal family compelled the skilled craftsmen of the Tianli clan to construct the palace. On its completion, the clan was to be sacrificed as an offering to the heavens. After Li Jun's demise, the royal family took the Justice of the World seal. They modeled the hall's entrance after the seal's shape, making the two seals the keys to open the hall. However, before the hall's completion, someone freed the captive Tianli people, returned Justice of the World Jade to them, and led them away from the Eternal Hall.
Who was that person?
Well, it was someone who turned the Eternal Sanctuary into a tomb.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Please slow down! I'm not built for running!
The first time Li Jun and I climbed the summit of Mount Tiansha, your mentor Song Luo looked just about the same as you do now.
Well, I am a civil official, after all. Where does this path lead? Are we heading down the mountain?
Only half true.
So, why'd you call me out here in the middle of the night? And keep it a secret from everyone else?
You ask too many questions. Aren't you always poking your nose into the Tianli clan's affairs? Then I'll give you a chance. A chance to change their fate.
I still don't get what you mean.
We've wasted enough time already. We need to get this done before dawn.
What is this place? A secret like this has been under Qingyu City this whole time, and I never knew?
You should consider yourself lucky you didn't know. If you had found out earlier, you wouldn't have lived to see tomorrow.
Who could have pulled something like this off and kept it a complete secret?
Who else? I gave the order. This is the so-called paradise, a sanctuary untouched by commoners. The royal family has been working on this place for years. It's a utopia, where those blessed with immortality can live forever. I know you've been looking into the Tianli clan. You've noticed how so many of them have disappeared without a trace. But no matter how hard you searched, you never found out where they went. Well, now you have. They're here, forced to dig tunnels and build palaces for the royal family. Beneath every single patch of land in this paradise lies a Tianli clansman, bled dry. Now that the Eternal Palace is finally complete, the Tianli clan has outlived its purpose. Tomorrow, the royals will cut all ties with the mortal world and move into their eternal sanctuary. As for the Tianli clan, now that they're no longer useful but know far too much, what do you think will become of them? Enough talk. Those immortals will be drinking and feasting all night. They won't be paying attention to anything else. Let's get this done while they're distracted. If you drag this out, your head will roll right along with the clansman's.
Your Majesty! This...
You've suffered long enough. I'm sorry.
How dare!
Don't judge a man until you've walked a mile in his shoes. I won't make excuses, and you don't have to forgive me. At sunrise, the royal family will have you all executed as a sacrifice to mark the completion of the Eternal Palace. That's all I have to say. Whether you believe me or not, whether you stay or try to run, it's all up to you.
Why aren't you leaving? His Majesty is letting you go! Stop! Right there! What are you trying to do?
Are you one of Jishaw's lapdogs too? This is personal. Get lost! If you weren't so weak, I would have ripped her head off already.
You want to get revenge on the Emperor?
Move. You know exactly what I'm gonna do. My family's gone. All 6 of them. My clan. So many dead. The blood of the Lord of Weaponry. It's all on this tyrant's hands. Coward, face me and die like a man! I'll say this one last time. Move.
I can't. Things might not be the way you think they are. I've gone through every record, every decree, and every archive from the years before and after Li Jun's regency and His Majesty's return. There are too many inconsistencies. Some things just don't add up. This part of history has been concealed and altered. Even His Majesty doesn't have all the answers. No one really knows what happened. Especially when it comes to the Regent's death. It's still a mystery. But I found one undeniable truth. When the Regent died, the Emperor wasn't anywhere near the palace. He was miles away, not restoring order like the royal family says. So at the very least, Li Jun's death wasn't...
Enough! How dare you speak so recklessly? Know your place. The Imperial family's affairs are beyond you, and they're none of your concern.
Kid, who are you?
I am the new scribe.
Scribe? So, you're Changlor's successor?
That's right. He was my mentor.
I heard Changlor was dead. Is that true?
Yes. Before I left for Qingyu City, I buried him myself.
Changlor. He was the only one in the entire G-Clan who dared to speak up for my people. The only one who stood by Li Jun. If you're a Changlor student, then you must have read his records.
Of course.
So what did he say about Li Jun?
My mentor, he wrote, The Lord of Weaponry was a man of striking presence, with a powerful voice full of heroic spirit. Fierce as fire and ruthless against evil, he treated his soldiers with kindness, but held a haughty disdain for aristocratic officials. He honored the noble-hearted, yet had little regard for the wicked. A true hero among men.
So, what about Jisha? What did he say about him?
My mentor said, the Emperor is a man of great strategy and an approachable nature. He wields his sword with unmatched skill and commands hundreds of vassals with a flick of his whip. He carries the worries of the common people in his heart and truly understands their struggles. A sagacious ruler in every sense.
How much of that do you actually believe?
My mentor would never betray the words he etched into history. I believe every word he wrote. That's the history he saw for himself. The records tell of the Lord of Weaponry and the Emperor as he knew them. Nothing more, nothing less.
Hey, Jisha! You'd better thank this kid. I'll let you keep your pathetic life today, but only because of Chengluo. Everyone, move out.
Wait. This belongs to you. Take it back. That's from back when the Lord of Weaponry was regent. Yes, it's finally back where it belongs. All right. We've wasted too much time. Let's go. Hey, kid. I owe you a thank you. Sun Lo really did raise a good one. Bringing you here wasn't a bad call after all.
Wait. You mean you saw this whole confrontation coming all along?
You're giving me too much credit. I'm not some all-knowing god who can predict every little thing. But I can make a solid guess about how people will react under certain conditions. I just put the right pieces in place and adjust as things unfold. That said, you went beyond what I expected. You did great. When the sun rises the day after tomorrow, meet me at the foot of the mountain. No questions for now, okay?
Yes, Your Majesty.
A path paved with injustice can only lead to ruin.
Behold! Witness the descendant of the Lord of Weaponry's might!
Have these candles been lit for thousands of years?
Legend has it that the constructors used mercury for tiny rivers and copied the whole world in miniature. The candles are fueled by essence oil from mermaids, meant to burn forever. But that's just myth. These candles, they look recently lit.
Who'd have time to light every candle in this massive place?
Maybe the Emperor raising his bronze army?
Speaking of that Emperor, Jisia, you know what's on my mind, dear Patriarch? We're not the only ones near your ancestral home. But why did you pin it all on us? That guy who showed up out of nowhere in your home, he's way shadier than us, don't you think? Shouldn't he be your prime suspect for stealing the heirloom?
Maybe he's just more likable than you lot.
Whatever he's planning, we need to find and stop him.
But do we actually have enough people for this? Why didn't Master Wencheng send more backup? He's putting way too much trust on us, don't you think?
No, he hasn't put any trust in you, Atsu.
Yes.
Let's not dwell on this. This is our sacred land, and I'll take full blame for whatever happens here. Time to head out.
This underground palace is shrouded in thick mist. Use the mist-clearing lamp to absorb the mist, then release compressed air to shatter those crystals.
Seriously? How big is this palace?
Carving a city into a mountain's core. Ancient engineers were next-level genius.
Those warriors.
Shh, keep it down. Let's not attract their attention.
Wait, there's a guard up ahead.
Is this big guy dead or just napping?
Judging by his outfit, he looks like a general.
Zihong.
Oh, right! Remember the stone tablet? Year 55 of Sha. Earthquake damage to the walls. Laborers conscripted. 4,500. Executions due to substandard work, 109. Overseers, Prime Minister Xi Xian. Grand General, Xi Hong. Minister of Works, Xi Qi.
So, this guy is Grand General Zihong?
If I recall correctly, Zihong was once Xisha's right-hand man. During Li Jun's reign, he rebelled against Li Jun and captured him.
Just another immortality-obsessed coward.
Shh, let's not disturb them. Who knows if they're out cold or just napping? Let's keep moving. And you, Professor Ming, save the history lecture. We're not on a field trip. I see a massive gate ahead. Let's check it out. Ugh, it's stuck tight, and no levers or buttons to open it. Hey, dear Patriarch, can you work your magic once more?
This gate's solid, at least a foot thick. Breaking it down? Think again, it'd take ages, and definitely not quietly.
Never around when we need you.
Hold up. Where'd that big guy go?
The fog is thick here. Hold your breath and be careful.
Shh. Keep low. I heard something above us.
Run!
Trivial skill.
Finally ditched that big guy. Jeez. Where are we now? Every spot looks the same.
It's risky staying put here. That guy could show up at any minute.
There's an exit up there.
but pulling that lever will set off all the mechanisms at once. I see a hexagonal sensor over there, like the one at Kanjiang Pavilion. Must have been made by the same craftsman. This one likely links to some mechanism too. Freeze it with the mist clearing lamp to halt some of the mechanisms.
Hold up. Isn't that the Grand General? Is he parading his troops here?
Emperor! 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 Long live the Emperor! Long live the royal bloodline!
Looks like another familiar mechanism.
Remember what I said? Scope out the area and figure out which mechanisms to activate and which to leave untouched.
This place is getting hotter! Even if those bronze zombies are immortal and have lost their human side, they can sense the heat rising, right? Seriously, how did Jisha's architects get away with building the Eternal Hall in this oven? No protests?
Well, that was ages ago after all. When construction started, this place probably felt cool and pleasant.
You're saying the temperature raised over the years?
The Heavenly Lake atop Mount Tianshui. It's actually an ancient volcanic crater remnant.
That's true. The geological team sent to Mount Tianshui affirmed it as a dormant volcano, hinting at active magma chambers deep down. One of my mentors used to say, geology is all about pressure and time. Think of a magma chamber like a pressure cooker. The crust is the lid, and the mantle's heat keeps building. Heat rises constantly. Magma accumulates, pressure builds. The lid can't hold it anymore, and boom! The volcano erupts. Maybe there was less magma back then. Could have been cooler when Xisha built this place.
Jeez, you're giving me the creeps. Are we essentially treading on a ticking time bomb that could blow at any moment? Could it erupt any second?
Technically, yes.
Come on, quit with the grim news, poker face and all. Professor Ming, be straight with us. Will this volcano erupt or not?
I'm sorry, but that's beyond my expertise. No one knows it for sure. As I said, geology is all about pressure and time. But that timescale spans millions of years. Human civilization, from the Stone Age till now, is barely a blink in geological time. The next eruption could be in a minute, a week, or perhaps in 50,000 years. We lack the knowledge to precisely predict geological shifts. Human civilization is too young to have witnessed the full range of geological changes.
Phew, can we wrap this up? Your lecture has given me a headache.
Wait, something doesn't fit.
What, you spilled all that and now you're saying you goofed up?
Quiet, Scene. I think I've figured out why Xisha came here.
Stop the cryptic act! What's the deal?
If, and it's a big if Mount Tianshui erupts again after being dormant so long, what will happen?
What will happen? We get roasted alive, obviously!
Roasted? We'll be vaporized. Not even ashes left.
We're standing on a lava chamber, with Heavenly Lake right above us. If Mount Tianshui erupts, it'll vaporize the entire lake.
Yeah? Then what?
Then what? Is that a coconut between your shoulders? Even I get it now. The whole lake's filled with cerulean water. If that lake evaporates, Xing taught you about the water cycle, right? Steam becomes clouds, then rain. If cerulean water gets up there, the wind will spread it everywhere. That cerulean rain would shower immortality across the continent. Heck, the whole planet! Ah, now it clicks. No wonder Jixia wasn't bothered about Sanglin City, or Jingyu City. He had his sights set on Mount Tianshui and Heavenly Lake from the get-go. He didn't bother with us because he's playing with the forces of nature.
Nope, not even he can force it. The lid still holds the magma pressure for now. As for when Mount Tianshui will erupt, it's a matter of pure chance. Something feels off. He's got an ace up his sleeve, but I can't quite figure it out. In theory, to set off an eruption, he'd have to break through the rock above the magma chamber, like popping a pressure cooker lid.
Break through the rock? Think dynamite could do that?
Theoretically, it's possible, with enough dynamite on hand. But pulling off such a massive blast needs tremendous amount of manpower, explosives, and machinery. No way he pulled that off without raising Weisha's suspicion.
But all we see are those bronze monsters. No gear, no explosives.
That's odd. He's not planning on drilling through the rock himself, right?
Yeah. What's his endgame exactly?
This never-ending tunnel is finally coming to an end.
This heat is killing me, and the mist choking. Legs feel like cement. Let's pull ourselves together and keep moving.
Bronze bodies are strewn all over. These sword wounds look familiar. Was it him?
You! I knew it wasn't the magic things!
That's it?
Hurry, before he recovers!
Did he just talk to me?
Who cares what that rust bucket says? Just run!
Oh, those crystals again?
The lamp's fading. It needs more mist.
His Majesty wouldn't have turned on us if not for you! Your Majesty, why choose these maggots for us?
Hey, Patriarch! He's gunning for you now! Your call!
Just run.
What are these things? They look like giant fish scales. Are they carved?
Huh? Could it be those imprisoned here were so starving they carved...
Starving? They're bronze monsters with eternal life. They don't need food anymore.
Then why carve huge fish scales? And made them so... delicious?
It's delicate. Still, were they really carved?
What's wrong?
When I heard you talking about geology, time, and stuff, it made me think of the cerulean crystals we used for crafting weapons.
What about those crystals?
I mean, the thing that brings the cerulean water. What's it called again? A beacon? Has it ever been activated before?
Of course it has! Didn't we already know that it was activated in Jisia's time?
No, I mean earlier. I'm not an expert on your fancy theories, but from what I've heard, the beacon and anomalies don't have much to do with humans, right?
That's one way to look at it. We haven't figured out the triggers for activating beacons or anomalies yet.
Then, could the Dragon Pillar have activated before humans even existed?
I've never thought about that.
Technically possible. Are you suggesting...
If some prehistoric creatures drank the cerulean water and became bronze monsters?
That just doesn't add up. Because if they did, they'd be immortal and still around today. But there are no bronze monsters anywhere.
Didn't you mention volcanic activity? How long has Mount Tianshui been active?
Since around 80 to 120 million years ago, or perhaps even earlier. Its formation dates back to the Mesozoic era or beyond.
If that's the case, its eruptions would likely have wiped out those bronze creatures. Perhaps the cerulean crystals our ancestors discovered in Heavenly Lake are actually remnants of those ancient beings.
Logically, this is quite possible. What was that you said, Atsu? There's no bronze monsters anywhere, right? Maybe it's premature to jump to that conclusion. Let's think about Leech's words. What if some creature survived all those volcanic eruptions? What if there are still Mesozoic creatures influenced by cerulean water still alive today?
Hey, stop being a scaremonger.
I'd call it reasonable speculation. Anyway, we should be careful.
Seems like we have to squeeze through these bronze warriors. Stay quiet. Don't wake the dead.
Why bother? If they wake up, we cut through them.
Look! There's a lever!
Is blocked by those bronze warriors. We've got to detour.
Skills. Why were you running away? I could have taken him.
No doubt about that. But if you engage him, how can we be sure an endless horde of bronze soldiers won't overwhelm us? Our enemy isn't just one general. It's the whole bronze army.
I'm good. Been conserving my energy. However, On's been quiet since we arrived. I'm not sure what awaits us at the core of this palace.
We've been running forever, but all we bump into are endless bronze warriors and that general obsessed with leech. As for the Emperor, he's nowhere in sight. Did he even show up here?
He was here, I'm certain. I recognize the sword marks he left behind. I spotted the cuts on the dismembered bronze soldiers we stumbled upon earlier.
Hold on. So you're saying the Emperor offed his own troops? But this doesn't add up at all. Didn't he open this palace to raise his army and conquer the world?
Stop filling your head with those scams, Scene.
Yeah, he ranted something about betrayal. Seems like he's holding a grudge against his emperor.
And what's wrong with that guy? He went berserk the moment he saw you.
Sihong's era dates back thousands of years. If he's tied to some of us, the only possibility would be...
You mentioned he rebelled against Legion and captured him. So if he's connected to us somehow... Think he's nursing a vendetta against Legion's descendant?
Let's test whose weapon's sharper. His spear or my sword. How much longer we gotta run?
Not far now. The heat is escalating. We must be close to the core of the Eternal Hall.
If that pesky general dares to hassle me again, don't hold me back.
Fine, I'll let you handle it.
Found you again, Luisui. The so-called Lord of Weaponry. Just as how I done it before. I can do that over and over again. First your head, then your limbs. Trivial skill. Even if you claw your way back from hell, you'll tremble at my sight forever. Trivial skill.
With those rusty mitts of yours? Give me a break. It's you who should kneel.
Trivial skill. What did you run?
A soldier who doesn't honor their weapon isn't a true warrior. We, the Tianli clan, will never fall to scum like you. Just a scratch. Turns out the immortal isn't so immortal after all. Besides the gibberish? Yeah, he did mention something.
The Great Loong.
Loong?
Rabbit eyes, deer antlers, ox mouth, camel head, clam belly, tiger paws, eagle claws, fish scales, and snake body. 9 features combined. That's the Loong.
Hey, our world doesn't have that fairy tale stuff, right?
Of course not. But remember what Licha mentioned earlier?
If some prehistoric creatures drank the cerulean water and became bronze monsters.
And remember the scales we saw earlier? Well, what if they're not sculptures, but...
Not sculptures, but part of some mysterious creature? By the scale, the creature should be as colossal as the city itself. Even Mesozoic dinosaurs weren't that huge.
Our planet is 4.54 billion years old. How can we claim to have documented every species that ever existed? Also, cerulean creatures cease metabolism, leading to the accumulation of metallic cells over time. Imagine such a colossal creature, surviving extinction, laying dormant beneath Qingyu City, melting with the mountain itself. What if it stirred awake like those bronze soldiers? It would wreak havoc. I understand. Something feels off. He's got an ace up his sleeve, but I can't quite figure it out. In theory, to set off an eruption, he'd have to break through the rock above the magma chamber, like popping a pressure cooker lid.
But all we see are those bronze monsters. No gear, no explosives.
That's odd. He's not planning on drilling through the rock himself, right?
To shatter the Earth's crust.
my loyal kin. We're immortal now, free from mortal constraints. With our eternal sanctuary, we'll rule in celestial peace for eons to come.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the royal bloodline!
Since you crave for immortality, you shall be forever banned from the earthly realm. This gate shall remain shut for eternity. Now, this seal's what unlocks the curses behind that gate. Well, honestly, sometimes I wish I was a heartless monster. Well, I'll let that kid deal with him.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty, you've been sitting here all night.
And you've been standing all night. I told you to meet me at dawn. Why'd you come so early?
I honestly don't know. But I had a feeling whatever you left to do last night was big. Like, world-shaking big. I couldn't see it myself, but I had to be here. Just to make sure you were all right.
I guess it's just the intuition of a scribe. Sorry, but I don't have the energy to worry about other people's feelings right now. Hope you don't take it personally that I ignored you all night.
Of course not. It's not that serious, Your Majesty.
You can drop the whole Your Majesty thing. Hearing it over and over is exhausting. The world doesn't need an emperor anymore.
I don't quite understand what you mean.
I'm leaving. I've been tied down in Jingyu City for too long. It's time to move on.
You're heading off again?
Yes.
Where to this time?
Where Who knows? Just going wherever the road takes me. No plans, no destination. I've spent way too much of my life stressing over what comes next. From now on, I just want to live without a plan.
So, you're not coming back? But what about the Empire, Your Majesty?
Didn't I tell you to stop calling me that? An emperor owns everything under the heavens. Every inch of land and every soul that walks upon it. But I'm not an emperor anymore. I'm just Shisha.
Then how should I address you?
Call me whatever you want. The world doesn't need an emperor anymore. At least, it doesn't need me. As for Xia itself, Sun Lo once said its time had passed long ago. It was like a corpse that had been dead for ages, but still clung to life. But now, it's finally laid to rest.
Laid to rest? You mean what you did last night? What exactly did you do?
I gave them exactly what they wanted. They wanted eternal life, so I gave it to them. An endless eternity with no sense of time. Before I go, I should take one last look. It really is beautiful up here. I wonder who will live here next. There'll be many emperors after this. They and their ministries will come up with all sorts of names for their empire. There's something I've always wondered. You're always so nosy. Always digging around. Whether it's Tianli or the G-Clan, you always want to know more about everything. But there's one thing you've never asked me. You've never once asked how I and the royal family gained immortality. Aren't you curious?
After seeing what immortality has done to you and your clan, I wouldn't exactly call it a blessing. I'd rather live and die as a mortal, just like my mentor, Sun Lo.
If just a few more members of the royal family had thought the way you do, things wouldn't have turned out like this. All right. I'll tell you everything. About 10 feet below the surface, a massive black stone pillar stands. Sometimes, the pillar gives the water a strange bluish-green tint. Or maybe that's the color of the water when it releases. It's hard to say. For now, let's just call it cerulean water. Back when Li Jun and I first came here, the lake suddenly became completely transparent, revealing the stone pillar and the cerulean water. Drinking the cerulean water grants immortality. The day Legion and I climbed the mountain, I only took a single sip, but then the royal family drank without restraint. Well, you've seen the consequences. They all turned into those inhuman bronze monstrosities. If it hadn't been for Legion's foresight, the Tianli clan would have suffered the same consequences.
Why are you telling me all this now?
Because when I'm gone, someone needs to watch over the Tianshi Lake and keep an eye on that mysterious cerulean water. And watch over my people.
Have you forgotten already? Back at the foot of the mountain, you said you weren't an emperor anymore.
Yeah, I know I'm running away. But that doesn't mean I can just ditch everything and walk off. If another disaster like the royal family happens again, who's going to clean up the mess?
So you're leaving the problem to me?
Just think of it as my last bit of power as the former emperor.
I'm just a scribe. How could I possibly be worthy of such a heavy responsibility?
If you had asked me about the secret to immortality even once, I wouldn't have said a word. But since you don't care about immortality, I know I can trust you with this. Think of it as doing me a favor. From now on, don't let immortality corrupt this world again.
This is a huge responsibility, and I'm honored to take it on. As long as I live, I'll give everything to it. And when I'm gone, my successor will carry on the mission. You have my word, my lord.
Good. That's good. One more thing.
This is...
Exactly. This is the imperial seal carved by Sung Lo, the original design for Legion's Regency seal. The heart of the world. I was planning to get rid of it myself, either by tossing it into Tianshi Lake or throwing it into the Great River and letting it disappear. But no. This is the only thing I've left that connects me to Sung Lo and Legion. They're both gone. And I don't even know if there will ever be a day where I'll see them again. Destroying it with my own hands would be like wiping away the last memory I have of them. I'm not that cold-hearted. Do me a favor. When I'm gone, just make sure it disappears. I don't want anyone fighting over it. Using my name to ignite some stupid power struggle, or even worse, causing pointless bloodshed. This way, the Chapter.7 in history can end for good.
I will take it.
Well, I'll leave the hard work to you from here on. Though I have to admit, I'm curious. How will you and your successors write about us immortals in the history books? We ruled over everyone for so long, then just disappeared without a trace. Won't that confuse people down the line?
No need to worry about it. For years, the people have suffered.
living in misery with their lives hanging by a thread. Recording their struggles to warn future generations is hard enough. Why bother wasting ink writing about immortals? Why obsess over the divine when we have the living to worry about? So the vassals have finally started turning on each other. But none of them seem powerful enough to take over Qingyu City just yet. Send more people to foster communication between the regions and keep a close watch on things. Right now, the top priority is to restore the abandoned fields at the foot of Mount Tianqi. What tone should I use? Where should I even start? Should I use my real name? No, that won't do either. Wencheng.
You might know nothing about me, but I know everything about you. That's what I always believed, until you took the seat. I've spent the last 40 years analyzing our Go matches against you. I envisioned your image and your decisions in every era, throughout your entire life. I thought I knew you thoroughly. I revered you and your game against us. I once believed conquering you would be the ultimate quest of my life. Yet upon finally meeting you, I realized I was mistaken. Your journey has been harsh.
Attachment to your opponent is a no-no in Go. Spare me the sympathy, kid.
I see. Let's get it started. Your move, please.
You're limited to just 5 moves. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
This game has dragged on way too long. Still, I'm surprised you're in the mood to play amidst this chaos.
Rest assured, Weisher has been attentive to both the match in this courtyard and the affairs in the outside world.
Are you so certain that you'll best me in your generation?
I'd rather say, I'll see your wish fulfilled.
My wish fulfilled? Interesting. Now tell me, what is my wish?
This isn't a question for me, but for you. What do you genuinely desire at this moment?
Yeah. What do I truly desire? So, Wencheng of Weisher, do you believe the land of Peach Blossom truly exists?
I do.
Oh, that's quite unexpected. I thought you'd dismiss it as a fairy tale.
The land of Peach Blossom is a beautiful dream for all living beings. Every dream, no matter how naive or childish, has its believers. People strive for them. You understand this better than anyone. For millennia, haven't the people of Tien been striving for a better world and better lives? That's their land of Peach Blossom.
That's true. Haven't I been pursuing my own land of Peach Blossom as well? You know, Wencheng. So far, I've explored 2 paths. First, letting the immortals govern the ordinary people, and it failed. Second, letting the ordinary people govern themselves. Yet rains ascend and descend incessantly over the centuries, both in Shen and in distant realms. Even the most illustrious monarchs and empires eventually crumble. Many in power boasted of establishing timeless feats or systems, but history always progresses in its own manner. It's like a vortex, pulling everyone in and starting anew. Now, I'm giving it a third try.
You mean granting immortality to all? Letting immortals govern immortals?
Perhaps.
Celestial whims, veiled in endless night.
No tear-stained prayer may breach their flight. Do you think it'll work this time?
You're discussing the external world, but for now, let's focus on the game before us.
If my plan works out, the land of Blossom Garden will be within reach. If everyone is granted immortality, they will amass wisdom over time, rectifying the mistakes of their predecessors and learning from them.
What if you fail again?
Yeah, I can't dismiss that possibility. So what? Within the hourglass, how many grains remain? Why not unclench the reins? Let wind decide my lane. What phantoms chase us through these frantic days? Gilded chains corrode, divinity is but haze.
Behold, witness the descendant of the Lord of Weaponry's might.
It's scorching out here. If we keep pushing forward, we'll literally get roasted alive.
All right, let's keep moving.
Earth reflected in heaven. Death celebrated his life. So, this is Xisha's grand plan. To rebuild a whole imperial palace in a place like this. But what is that?
The Loong.
Its body has practically merged with the mountain itself. So, is this what caused all those recent earthquakes on Mount Tianshi?
Is it dead?
Notice anything?
Huh? Is that a cerulean crystal sword?
Who drove that sword into the Loong's head?
Was he trying to... body hasn't completely broken free from the mountain just yet. It's still restrained. If it awakens completely, this whole mountain will crumble.
Then we kill it before that happens.
It's up to you, Takong. Feels like.
Full of flaws. Full of flaws.
Are you fully prepared?
Naturally.
Seems they've discovered the Eternal Sanctuary.
The Eternal Sanctuary. Just a fancy graveyard. A crypt for corpses that should have rotted ages ago. And a sleeping monster that'll only wreck everything if stirred.
Agreed. Let the past remain buried in the past.
Back then, I told the first Yuan Xuan to destroy the seal with the heart of the world. If he had obeyed, this game would have ended long ago.
That's true. If he had destroyed that seal, I'd never have had the chance to sit here, enjoying a game with you, and slay your Loong on the board. But he couldn't bring himself to do it.
Oh. What couldn't he bring himself to do?
He couldn't simply destroy the seal crafted by Master Tsang Luo, the legacy from you.
Those scribes loved preaching. The Emperor's words are final. But the truth? They simply wished to caution me not to joke about anything, as they'd faithfully recorded in history. And if you give them a serious order, they'd merely refuse because they couldn't bring themselves to do it.
Your tone doesn't sound angry, but rather almost proud.
Of course I'm proud. Kids need to rebel. How else do they evolve? If they simply obey their fathers, how would they ever overthrow them?
Congratulations. Your wish is fulfilled now.
I thought I'd waited an eternity for this moment. But when it arrives, you've matured much sooner than I anticipated. The decisive move was made centuries ago.
I've loved the game of Go since I was a child. The game of Go reflects its players. Watch someone play, and you'll glimpse their soul. When I was young, this game with you felt profound, almost unfathomable. Yet now, nearing the end of my life, this game doesn't seem quite as enigmatic. If you had truly made your decision, we wouldn't be here at all.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just A wanderer. Hesitant. Lost. You saw me through when you asked what I truly desired. Didn't you? Do I wish to awaken that Loong, or kill it? Do I wish to construct the land of Peach Blossom, or raise it? I knew it was impossible, yet I was still obsessed. Perhaps I've lived far too long, ebbed away by my hesitation in the end.
Now you can break free from your hesitation. Now you can liberate yourself from your hesitation.
The commotion has drawn rats from the north. I've managed to drive some away, but with winter approaching, they won't cease coveting the granary. Remember, smoke them out and destroy their nests.
No need to fret. Jantan is already on it.
Take care of the Tianli clan.
I will.
I've looked into the Nemesis members. Most of them are small-time opportunists that won't pose a threat. However, some are deeply entrenched, and even I can't fully grasp their true essence. Be cautious not to get entangled with them. Consider this my personal plea. Steer clear of them. Some matters are best left untouched.
Then forgive me for declining your request. We won't turn a blind eye to Emayan and their head librarian.
Ah, I see. The prophesied one. If it involves the prophesied one, you will be sheltered.
Don't you wish to see that person again?
We shall meet again in due time. Time. So fragile yet unpredictable. I used to believe it flowed like a river. But I forgot. Rivers turn to clouds, and rain falls to earth.
Do you have any final instructions?
Well, I believe you are already privy to what I know, so I won't dwell on it. No need to sound like a stubborn old ghost haunting the living.
Any regrets, perhaps?
You really know how to strike a nerve, kid. I have too many things left undone. How could there not be regrets? Are my children well fed, clothed, sheltered?
You no longer need to concern yourself with that. Your children will succeed where you failed. This land no longer needs the Loong, the Immortals, or the Emperor. Your children no longer need you, Your Majesty.
I see. Good. That's good. Stay by my side. Let's finish this game. You may have vanquished my Loong, but I'm not lost yet. Today, we play till I'm satisfied.
As you wish. Your Majesty, do you recall the first person you ever played this game with?
It was you. I see. It's you.
You've lost, Your Majesty.
You cheeky pup. I've never lost in my life. Still got one move. Let me think. Just a little longer.
Well, it's my turn now. Before I pass everything to you, I need an answer. Why have you fixated on this game and your opponent all these years? Curiosity seems flimsy.
Because Tsang is my family name, Master. A scribe's brush can cut like a blade, and words can wound a person's soul. Those are his teachings. He once used that blade to wound the soul of someone he deeply respected. Consumed by regret on his deathbed, he instructed his successors to rectify his mistake, if possible. Chieftain, rest now. May your dreams stay peaceful.